Kyle?
Yeah. But yeah, who knows? Let's see if we go on. I think I pushed start. Yes. Streaming.
You're streaming.
Am I? How
I
come
see
I'm
you.
not showing up on my refresh?
The future of our species
whatever.
is at great risk.
I believe you.
What? It does have the right title.
Does it? Yay,
Yep.
Kyle. Kyle's Rockstar. Kyle's Rockstar. I'm going through a commercial right
that all of these sacrifices have not been in vain.
What's the point in saving humanity if we're going to give up our own?
I'm seeing a Halo commercial.
This is an opportunity. Or the end of everything.
I don't need. Probably not
Still,
good.
you see, start to
Yeah, no, I'm. All I see. I see Pablo. I don't see myself at all. I see Pablo playing, and then it says Shane Olsen, ZBrush.
Oh, I can see you.
Okay, that's super weird that I can't see my. Oh, oh there I am. Okay, so we're kind of right. Right? There we go. Can everyone hear me?
Yeah, audio seems good too.
All right, wonderful. Hey. So we were doing critiques, but we only have one model to critique. So I'm going to sit here and sculpt on this for a while. And if people have things to upload and critique, maybe we'll look at them. Maybe I'll be a turd and not look at them. I don't know. We'll see how it plays out. Bollock Choi, that's funny. Hello. How are we doing? Sorry I've been gone so long. I got stuck in LA and no streaming from LA yet. We don't have the bandwidth to do it. So yes, that has been a thing. But yes, here we are. Hello, everyone. It's been 3 weeks. I know, crazy talk. Don't usually miss things. I know, good to see you. I know, I feel like I've been around forever. I upload it, but I'm just a beginner. Have weeks practice in ZBrush. Oh, Kimbo uploaded something. So should we look at the things that are there? What do you think, Henry?
Yeah, there's one ZTL and then there's a ZPR I'm about to convert.
Okay. So let me, I think I downloaded Indris Moro. Look, hey, old man. Yeah, it is good to see you. It's weird missing because I was supposed to be there for a week, and then that week turned into 2 weeks, and that week turned into 3 weeks. It's been a very hectic 3 weeks, but it was very good. It was very good. Just very hectic. Okay, so let's see. Project and start a new project. Hi, Neil. How we doing? Hey. Ooh, load tool. Add-on. And then work is still uploaded. Okay, just give me a yell when that's done. All right, what do we have here? Ironheart. Number 9. The face is looking pretty good. Not sure where you're going with the hair yet. The armor stuff. Style's kind of interesting. I like it. You know, because this is obviously a development sculpt at this point, so it's hard to talk too much about details. I mean, your form and shape is nice. I like the technique you're using to develop the forms are looking good. You know, the anatomy stuff is quite interesting. Your anatomy mirroring is good. You know, you're telling the anatomy story. You know, I have things to say if we were farther along, but it's tricky to start talking about, you know, layers and such. Are these going in and over one another? Or what's cutting under, you know, these plunging? But, you know, this is a little early to start talking that way. But your forms are nice. Like the flow of the body's nice. Like I said, the anatomy being replicated with the technology. You're doing a good job with that. I like your ankle flares. Yeah, I'd say you're off to a really good start. I'd like to see where you head with it when you start tuning it up. Because I like a lot of this. It's very organic and nice. No, I definitely say you're on the right track. Mm-hmm. Had password issues in a bit, so. How do you change to another pose after finish the MP modeling? Well, I know it's been a long time. It's been 3 weeks. Well, what I do is I deal with how I deal with my posing is I have a lot of subdivision levels. Is how I deal with it. And let's see what they have here. Yeah, see, these don't have subdivision levels. So, like, I don't sculpt this way. I sculpt starting with very, 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 very basic block up, and then I do my subdivisions. So I usually ride anywhere in that 8 to 9 subdivision level. And that allows me to pose. Here, we have time. It's like it's a race. Let's take this duplicate. I'm going to ZRemesh this. And so now let's make this our history state. Come back to it. Let's hide everything else. All right, so you can see that there's still quite a bit of geometry. It's 25,000. So if I were to sculpt in this format and then I really wanted to go back and actually work on it, I would do this. I'd come in and now Smooth Strongers on. And I'm just going to smooth some of this out. Only because when I'm Z-remeshing, I don't want it thinking about that detail. I want it to get very rudimentary. So I'm going to come through and I'm going to smooth my groover out. And then I'll probably take inflate and just do a real fast inflate on this stuff, just so I don't lose too much thickness when I start this next process. Just inflate it a touch, because we're going to lose some of this as we start cutting it in half. So now I have this. I've smoothed a lot of that out. I'm going to go from adaptive down here to half, and I'm going to Z-remesh. It's going to go half. I'm going to Z-remesh. Half. I'm going to Z-remesh. Half. Z-remesh. Half. And we'll do it one more time. Okay. So this is where I start my meshes. I start it low. I usually try to start in that 700 polygon range. This is 846. That'll do. Then I'm going to divide it up a little. Let's get it into 200,000. And now I'm going to go project history. And you can see here where we have stuff, where we don't have stuff. Well, it's super easy. I'm just going to smooth some of this out again. And then I'm going to turn my symmetry off. Make my brush smaller. And I'm going to turn on my history brush. Oop. And I'm just going to come in and I'm going to quickly get this just close. I'm not trying to get everything. I'm just trying to get all my thicknesses where they need to be. Let's go quickly. Going to be careful so you don't blow through things, because you don't want back face masking on. And as you can see, I'm not trying to get everything. I'm trying to get my thicknesses where they need to be, because we're going to do a quick smooth on this again. And then I'm going to divide up and project history again. Get my thicknesses there so I don't get the weird depth dent. There. And if you run into like where it's stalling, just hitting smooth again usually helps. So I think everybody's pretty close. Once again, take smooth and just kind of smooth everybody out, because we know our thicknesses are roughly within our projection range now. Divide one time, project history. Expand. And you can see right here these dents where this is where it's too far away. That's out of the projection range. Well, we have our history brush turned on. We just hit it and it'll fill it right up. And hit it. And it'll fill it right. Now remember, with the history brush, you got to be very careful about not going over edges. It does really, really weird aggressive stuff with the meshes. So that's why after I do this, I do tend to go back, smooth it, and then use projection, because projection is a slightly more general action than me doing this. All right, so we're just checking to make sure everybody's kind of right again. You can see here we're having an issue. Again, fill it in. Smooth, hit it again. Smooth, hit it again. Hit it. Here we have. We're just spending a little time and energy to get the mesh sort of where we want it. Oh. All right. And project history. I'm gonna have to put my window ready, getting toasty. Okay, and so now that's at full resolution for his model for sure, right? So when I start to do posing and stuff, I'll lower my resolution. And you can see this line doesn't quite match. And now I will this off. Get this where I want it. We'll go W. And I'm going to twist it and then just sort of move it and get it to where it's roughly where it wants to be. You can see that we start having some pinching and stuff in the armpit because I've crunched it a little. And right, you see there? I'm just going to take this, just smooth this out a touch. W, tilt it back in. And then you can come back in here and smooth this out a little. Relax this a little. Now you can see we've stretched that shoulder out, so I'm going to take move elastic and just make sure that this didn't get too distorted when I did it. Infinite. And just sort of make sure that my squares are roughly the right size. Right, and then we'll bend it at the elbow here. And I'm just adjust it about. So that's going to pinch under. Grab move again. And sort of get that into place. We'll do this a little, relax that. Once again, make sure that my geometry is fairly even there. Want it. Right, we're going to pull that up a little because, you know, we have a little meat there. And so now we've done that. We're just going to turn that off. And now we go higher res, higher res, higher res. And you can see that we get very little distortion really in that. And now we can come back in and just sort of tune this up a little, get this to be kind of where we want it actually. And you can see, instead of trying to do that at a higher res where it starts to twist and distort, you can do it at that low res. You get very little distortion. You can make sure that everything's kind of where you want it. And we didn't mangle it like if we tried to do it here. If you don't have your subdivisions and you're just trying to do this by masking, you know, you know, that's a much rougher cleanup than doing it from the lower. And like now you have to get back in here. And now in smoothing this out, you're eliminating details, right? So it's much easier to do it at the lower res and then reproject back up. What are we talking about? Well, I mean, if you sculpt anatomy without references, unless you're brilliant and have a brilliant memory of anatomy, you're going to sculpt crappy anatomy. So I guess the real question is, do you want to sculpt crappy anatomy or do you want to learn how to sculpt good anatomy? What did we notice? It's at the point of,
That your projection distance is real low.
oh yeah, I keep it low. Otherwise you get really weird projection triangles where it's like projecting all to other things. You want to keep it low and then do it in a couple steps. It just gives you a lot more control. Here, this is a perfect example. See these things right here? This stuff. This is because we got some of this sliding here on the side too. So let's go here. Let's turn this on. Do something lighter so you can actually see it. Yeah, that's better. So see this weird pooling stuff right here? See how these are piling on one another? And these are stretching to these weird points. So how projection works is that it projects. Why it's doing it here though? It's kind of weird that it. So all this weird distortion and these foldovers up here. You see this here. So this is the kind of grief that you can get if you have sloppy projections. And what's happening here? You want. So what projection is doing is you have the level you're projecting to. Let's say this is what we're projecting to. And then this is what the layer that you're projecting. This is our target. This is the mesh that we're projecting. So the projection distance is out here, right? So what projection is doing is it is looking for negative normals within this range. And then if it finds them, it'll go slap and attach it to them. And here, this is going to be fine because there's nothing out here, right? But let's say you have a cutback and this does this. Well, it sees negative normals over here more at the more appropriate distance than the surface that you're trying to project to. So it's going to take this and throw this out here and throw this out here. And that's why, and it's usually in sort of deeper V areas or areas where there are overhangs, where the distance from this surface to the projection surface is shorter than this distance. This wall is within the projection range, but you want to go this wall, and often it'll project just weird points out to these other longer areas, because it's just one point happens to be finding the right area, spoop, and it'll project to it. So you wind up getting, here, let's undo me smoothing that stuff out. Yeah. So you can see this weirdness, and there must have been something was here, but you can see these are like reaching out into space to find a different projection zone. So if you're not careful with your projection distance, a lot of people are like, oh, well, I'll just do it once. I'll just crank up the projection distance. If you do that, you're going to wind up with a lot of wacky artifacts like these right here, where it's folding over on itself, and this is going to be a coplanar surface that'll be a nightmare if you don't know what to look for. It's surfaces like that can really ruin you, because it's going to say, oh, you can't make this a waterproof mesh. And you can see here as well how these are projecting in here, and like this gets confused. There was probably a sharp ridge here, so it was pushing one way and the other, and you get these wacky artifacts, and these are projection artifacts from a sloppy projection. So you want to be careful not to crank that project too far up, because you'll wind up with some real garbage meshes. And if you don't know that that's your problem, you're likely to miss it, and you're going to have these really wacky, weird, let's see if we can get it to do it again. See what it does. Here. Oh, this is after my posing. Well, that's okay. The arms will just be weird, because I want to see if I can get it to do it again. Let's smooth this out. Project history. And you can see after I did that smoothing and stuff, we don't wind up with that weird artifacting. So let's see if we can go back to the point where those happen. Who can? Okay. Yeah, so you can see what happened. See how these are facing, so as we come up, oh, I touched it. Yeah, see how this is starting to pinch in here? See how these are folding over? That was from that initial projection, and it got a little weird. And as we come up, you can see how it's starting. The projection distances start to wiggle with it, where, see, boom, it's reaching out and looking for something. And so if we smooth that out, and see that. And now project history. And you can see that it doesn't do it now, because as we were subdividing, I wasn't paying a lot of attention, and we were getting some pinching here from that early projection. And if you don't pay attention to your projection distance, it'll give you that weirdness, because a lot of that was created from me being sloppy as I was dividing it. Does that make any sense? You're having a hard time creating beard hair? Yes, of course you can submit. Submit the file and we'll look at it. Okay. I'm going to have to ask what's... I don't know what's going on with your hair there. And I'm not quite sure what this thing is. Are you here?
Yeah, I think this is the person that said they submitted.
And this is their second. They've only been doing this a couple weeks. Is that it?
1 week.
1 week. All right. So are you here? Did we lose you? Or are you still hanging out with us? Oh, okay, cool. So I'm assuming you started with a normal body and then started to blow it out? I have no idea. About 6 seconds. Oh, you created it with Z-Sears? All right. Well, it's funny because you have some pretty good anatomy going on here at the very beginning. I'm not quite sure what this lump is or what's going on with your hair. And your fingers are kind of breaking apart too. Kind of interesting. Is that up? Well, so it, you know, in some ways, you know, you're actually doing very, very well for your block out. But yeah, I would still say that you want to use some anatomical referencing. There are a couple books that I really suggest. I like them a lot, and they make you think about the anatomy. And that is Anatomy for Sculptors. We actually get a discount on them. Yeah, I reached out for you guys because I really believe in these books, and they gave us a discount on them if you want to buy them. But they're really, really good books for visual anatomy. And I think that's what you need to kind of wrap your head around a little, because you have like some good anatomical moments, like your quads going into your knees, and some of that's, you know, this actually is a fairly nice quad. But I don't think you're seeing how the body's going together necessarily. Because especially in block up, this is where you want this stuff to start to be defined, right? And you're just a little, you know, you have, what's funny is you have these good anatomical moments, and then you have this weirdness stuff, right? So as you're blocking this out, make sure to keep thinking about what's actually happening with the anatomy, right? So, you know, you have a rib cage, right? Well, that rib cage is never going to change shape. So that's the one foundational shape in your torso, right? So make sure that when you're doing it, you're not flattening things out. It seems like you flatten stuff out and you lost, you know, perspective on what's going on around you. Now, I tend, like, Z-spheres are a really good way of starting, because then you can pose stuff, get it in, and then turn it into a mesh. But I think you just need to get a little bit more foundational just information, because, like, you know, the distance between this shoulder and this shoulder have nothing to do with each other, right? And, you know, it's just be disciplined in how you start to go about thinking things. And, you know, if you don't understand it and stuff, that's fine, but just do it methodically. Just start to work methodically. And so if you don't want, like up here, where are they? There are mannequins here. And you can start using these mannequins with Z-spheres. And then there's a whole nother Z-sphere thing. What is it? Oh, Zizu here. Like these are all animals and they're all Z-sphere stuff. So there's some really good foundational stuff here. Now, if you don't want to start with Z-spheres and, you know, almost always how I block up with polygon, just because it gives me mesh control and I like the mesh control. So if I were doing this model, right, duplicate W, I'm going to try to figure out where I stand, right? So, okay, so you have your rib cage. So let's figure out the angle you want it sitting at. Okay. Now. Go look here. So I'm going to make the neck. Come in here, here. Oops. Nope. Bring that in a touch. You know, just start to get your form in. And now I would probably even do this with far less geometry than this, but I'm just giving you an idea. Boom. But you can start to figure out your form, right? Now, if this is confusing for you, you can always just sort of build your own Z-spheres, right? So let's take this here. Let's flatten that out a little. Let's squish it a little. And that's roughly a rib cage, right? And so now you need in, scale it to your scale, get it to where it needs to be. But you're a little wide here. Out wider. So that's roughly where you want your rib cage to be. Let's where the neck is kind of where. And now you literally can just hold down Control, drag this out, turn this into a cylinder. W, crank it, get it to where you want it to be. Okay. You can see I'm sticking to the center of my rib cage. Bring that up, convert it to a sphere. Okay. Get your head kind of where you on it. And like I said, your neck's off center, so I'm just trying to be center with my thing here. And then drag this out, turn it to a cylinder. Okay, and now we're going to drag that out, convert it to all. Figure out your shoulder or shoulder back. Into it, out, turn it into a cylinder. You know, and you can quickly work in a shape as such and get your anatomy a little more correct. Down here. That down. Cylinder. You know, and you can quickly work sort of your anatomy into that. And I think that, you know, approaching it where you're kind of blocking it up, where now you can go, okay, well, and so now Control W. Now your arm's one color. And so now you can go boom, W, hold down Control. Mask it, flip it, hold down Control. And now you can, you know, use that arm again, and that gives you at least the proportions that you have correct, right? And you can do what you will with it in that. Right, so, you know, that's a way to go about building as well. But you have these lovely mannequins. I would suggest starting with them and playing with them, because it gives you everything there. You're allowed to pose it. It gets you muffled, and then you can start shuffling in, and then that way you have everything in the right place. Because if you're actually trying to learn to sculpt and learn to create things, just creating things out of your brain, if you don't have the information to do it correctly, then you're just making stuff up that isn't tied to any sort of reality. Because, you know, orcs, whatever, but an orc is a bipedal humanoid, and it's going to stick to that anatomy. So I would say that's something to kind of you have to merge all this block out parts. Yeah, so let's say you did all these block out parts, right? So I would either you have two choices. You can, you can come and you go remesh by union, and that's going to turn it into a single shell. And then turn on adaptive. I would Z remesh. And now you have and then I'd go half, knock it down, half, knock it down, half, knock it down. And I would start here. And now start dividing. And now you can sculpt, and you have subdivision levels. And you can do all your smoothing, and you can do all your control stuff, and at least everything's sort of in the right place before you start, if that makes any sense. And the beauty with your subdivisions is that you can come in and sculpt in low res, fill this stuff up, and then hop right back to your high res and keep sculpting, you know, with control. So I think that's how I would go about it. But just, you know, literally I would make this 1 cube's the lower arm, 1 cube's the upper arm. I would make this in like 15 polygons and then just start dividing it up. Because then when you pose it, you have a lot more control. Oh, I'll be, yeah, no, I'll be here for a while. Don't worry about the time. Oh no, no time constraints. Everything's cool, guys. I'm going to be here for a while.
There's one more uploading now that I converted from ZPR.
Okay. So did that, Kimbo, does that make sense? Because I think that if you're trying to learn, you really want to start with actually doing anatomy, or as close as you can. And you have so many options. Like, you know, you could find, I think there's a gorilla in here. Well, here's a gorilla in a Z-sphere. You know, feasibly, you could convert that body type into an orc, right? Because it has all the parts. You know, so I think if you start with some of this stuff, you'll learn more about anatomy. And those books, Anatomy for Sculptors, is really good because it breaks it down and it shows you how the body and anatomy works. And I think right now at the very beginning you have to start thinking about it, because if you don't, you're just going to be making things that have no reference to anything, you know, and that's not the way. So learn your anatomy. If you're going to make figures, learn your anatomy for sure. Okay. Cool. Which one was first? Doesn't matter.
Do Dan first.
Dan?
The one that's not Jose.
Thank you. That's a good call.
That's all the info I have. There it is.
Okay. All right, Dan, where are we at? Okay, your anatomy rough isn't horrible. Your breasts are a little funny, but I mean it's low res, so then not too big a deal. Usually your breasts are going to fill in a little bit more. In here, you don't just usually, I know you can find people that do have them, but normally you're not going to just find that big gaping thing in the center. And you got to remember that really women's breasts are basically men's pecs that then have the fatty tissue at the end. So this area in here is going to be just like a male breast. And then basically what happens is that, you know, the pectoral muscle kind of does that. And then the fatty tissue sort of attaches like that. So this transition, the breast usually has a little bit more weight to it, and then it seats into that pec muscle. So, but you were in a real rough blockout stage, so yeah, we're not gonna. There's not enough meat there to really get too picky about it, but something to think about. Okay, and so now let us. So now, is this a? I'm not trying to be a smartass here. Is this supposed to be an alien, or are we supposed to have pretty fairly standard humanoid features? Because your ears are a little high. I wasn't on the right subtool. Okay. Okay. So what I would say is this: is you have baby jaw, your nose a little weird, your ears are too high, and your eyes are pretty flat. So let's just take a look at this. Let's turn symmetry, and let's kind of play with it. So if we go, normally your eye is between your eyeball and that's your mouth. So here's a little high. Okay. And then this usually find a touch gives you. Okay. Okay. Geometry. I like to sculpt with you. Okay. So let us start with eyeballs. You have your eyeball here. And you have to remember that these are kind of flaps of meat. It's not just this gaping hole thing. I'm going to fill this in. This angle. So our eye comes in. Okay. Get our eye shape defined. All right, so eyelid. Yeah. And so instead of that being like this big trench, what you have is this piece of meat folds up under the eyebrow meat. So come in here, get this at the, because this is literally just a thin piece of meat riding on the eyeball, right? And then normally this is sort of a flat plane. It does cut back, but we're just going to view it as this flat plane to kind of discuss the angle of our eyelid. Okay. And so then this meat comes and this folds up and under it. So we want this to be sort of a direction. That's where that little line is, but it's not just a V cut. You have meat transitioning here. And I'm just doing this really flat. You know, obviously this angle changes dramatically for each eye. And how it sits on the eyelid, you know, changes dramatically. But I just want to make this simple and clear so you can sort of see what's happening. All right.
Hey, Tomas.
Mm.
When you get a sec, can you turn up your OBS output, your volume?
My volume?
Yeah.
Sure. Is that better?
I'll tell you in a
better?
sec.
Okay.
I'll tell you in a sec.
All right. And so now this is coming over. That creates that little tappy thing going. Boo. You got your meat, and then you got your little meaty waddy thing there. So this isn't just a trench, it's a piece of meat that's folding over the other piece of meat. And that is what gives you that area. Oop. And then that. Let's take twist. Okay. And then your lower lid kind of comes in. And this cuts back in under. So that's sort of a transition as such. And once again, I'm not being super careful here. Trying to get this in so you can see. And this, once again, is sort of the thickness of the lid. And then you have the meat under the eye. A little bit of meaty thing going on there. And then little eye baggy thing, which comes up. It sort of fills this. Okay, so okay. So that's a little closer to what's going on with your eye. I have a little lump there. Connecting. I mean, you'll find people who have noses like that, but usually this is a little thinner. And then normally you'll have at least some division here. It doesn't usually just go flat there. You use this crease or this crease. And we'll keep it soft. There's meat here because that's what creates this separation. Change your severity though, so there. And then I'm going to look at your chin. You're just a little shy, I think. Distorted that ear shape a little bit. We can. Your mouth is like an oval. Meaty thing here and your chin. All right. So your lips usually aren't just kind of half round puffy thing. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so the lips do, one is on top of the other. They do transition together. So it's not just this open thing. See, this lip kind of does it, and that kind of does it, and it goes nowhere. Remember that the bottom lip does sit under the top lip, and you know, they're tied together. It doesn't just have this opening and just kind of gap out. So I think that there's just a little bit of kind of structural issues you're dealing with, right? Remember that stuff. That the dent down in here is actually gives you the shape of the head. So once again, I think I would go back to some reference material and look at how your face is structured a little more. You're not far off. You're getting close. But take the time and kind of pay attention to your percentage, like your talking about your proportions. Goodness gracious. And yeah, I would futz with going off of actual photos. You know, I think that'll help you a lot. But yeah, you're definitely getting close. It's just some of that anatomical transition stuff I think you're a little shy on. Okay. Get that. All right. Did that help? Hey Juan. I've been good actually. It's been busy. I wound up in LA and got kind of trapped in LA. Okay. Can you write and sketch on the brush with sculpting? Well, I have this program, Soft Sword. What is it?
Sword soft.
Sword Soft. It's not Soft Sword. Soft Sword. And it allows me to write on the screen. Is that what you mean? Eyeball. That's pretty exciting. Kira. Hello, hello. All right. Next. You go. His face is great. Your form's great. Your use of positive and negative space, good. He's fun. I think that I'd probably try to make this transition a little smoother. I'd probably, I'm just going to do this quickly and mellow. Make this thinner. And then fill this little ridge up a little. Just so it's not a 90-degree transition, but where you have, you know, something that ties into the body a little bit more. Right, and that gives you can do something where it feels a little bit more anatomical than just, you know, the hump, the 90-degree hump there. I think maybe I might work with the negative space of these fins a little. You know, where maybe you're seeing some of that, seeing some of this happening, or something where that fin's just not sitting in the middle there, where you're getting a little bit more of that body shape tied to that, and, you know, just figure out where you're getting a little bit of negative space so you can see the torso continue. Right? Just something to think about. Make these transitions smooth, whatever they may be. You have sort of nice curve going there, so maybe make that ridge curve. Maybe that's your transition, like those. Or whatever. Obviously, there are too many waves. Sorry. Like, yeah, just wave that bit. You can see if you get that fin out of the way a little, you can see this body curve. And you can accentuate it with that curve, I think. So I would play with this intersection a little. And just get it so it's not hiding. Because this fin's hiding it one way or the other. This face is fun. And be careful about committing to bending over. Because normally fins and spikes do tend to get, you know, it's smaller, 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 bigger, 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 smaller, smaller. It's not usually smaller, 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 big, oh, small, small, right. These transitions here are a little strange. I mean, this is good, you know, but it's usually going to do something like that, right? You know, you get these transitions. They're not, you know, you get them at peaks. So that feasibly could be a peak, but if its neck is always bending up on itself, it doesn't really make sense to peek into itself. So maybe just get a wave and get your peak up here, you know, with one of these or something. But nothing else looks floppy, but you just have this one floppy spike. Good morning. And then I would say that this is a fishtail. Most of your reptilians are going to have tails that do that. Very rarely you're going to see a lizard face thingy-mabob that has a fishtail. So think about this angle. Look at some of the dinosaur stuff and see what that comes out. Because almost the dinosaurs actually have flat, where it's more like whales, where they're actually laying the other direction. So think about your tail and your tail shape. But all in all, it's pretty darn cool. I like him. He has good character. Any questions on that one? Anything? All right. Do me a favor. I need to get some water. I did not prepare with water. So
Go get some water.
I'm going to take a really quick potty break and fill up my thing with water, and I will be right back. Right back. Empty. Must open. All right, so what did I do wrong? Are we talking about punching people at the Oscars?
Read the question about should the tail be vertical or horizontal.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, you know what? It's your design. Who cares? I mean, you're obviously not trying to, you're not, this isn't Dinosaur Anatomy 101 or whatever. I don't know. I would make it, I don't mind it being this way. Honestly, it doesn't bother me. It gives you nice curves and stuff, but I don't think you should have your standard fishtail. That's my only issue, because it's not a fish, and very rarely do you see reptiles or dinosaurs with tails that go out, if that makes any sense. So I would at least bring it back in to where it feels a little bit more like a dinosaur, but it's really not. It's your design, if that makes any sense. And if you want to make it soft, right, I think you can give it a belly, right? But see, that still is different than, because I don't know that there is really anything other than fish that have tails that do that, right? I mean, whales, I guess, but that's a completely different shape. But I think very rarely are you going to see that shape of fin on anything but a fish. That's my only issue with it. Yeah. He was making fun of his wife's disease? I thought he was making fun of her haircut. I didn't know that it went as far as making fun of her disease.
She has that haircut because she has a disease called alopecia, which is making her lose her hair.
Oh. Okay. Well, I guess you get punched in the face, don't you?
Right.
I didn't know. I thought it was just some comment about a film thing. I was like, wow, you might have been a little aggressive on that one.
No.
Oh, well, good on him. Keep my wife's name out of your mouth. Pagow. I thought it was kind of funny. Like, yeah. Actually, sharks have been definitely as old as dinosaurs. Same with crocodiles. And insects. And ants. Ants have been around forever. Okay. Any other questions on this one? I think I downloaded another one. I can't do it. Go to download. Why does this do this? Why does it just wind up in the... It's just so weird. Oh, my back. Oh my God, dude. I was sitting in not a good chair for like the last 3 weeks, and I feel crippled. I really do. I feel like someone has taken I never have back pain. Well, I can't say that, but I don't have back pain. A good chair really is a big deal. Mm-hmm. And yeah, no. Having a crappy chair over the last few weeks, I am like completely Mr. Crippled. It's horrible. Oh yeah, this sucks. Give up. No, I'm totally kidding. This is lovely. Your fire is nice. I like your fire. A lot of people do really weird fire. Your hands are really nice. You do a good job with your wrappings. There are only a few places I see. So absolutely, completely, and utterly, one of my biggest pet peeves is planes that cross over one another. Because it really is what separates a good model or a great try and a great model. And it's simple. It just takes a little bit of time and energy. Do not do it. And here's what I'm talking about. So like right here. Right? You have this area that's crossing over. You've done a great job keeping this wrapping making sense, right? But right here, these two planes collide and they're changing which one's on top of another. Things don't do that. So just make sure that when you're doing this, that's all it took. Just that little, just make sure you drag that out. See, like right here, see how this plane is now on top of that one? All it takes is pushing that one back in or pulling this one up and out. And now you don't have that weird sort of plane overlap. And just come through and make sure, see right here and right here, just make sure whichever way this is going, right? Because see, right now, I don't know which one's on top of what. This one should be on top, right? So we're going to push that, make sure that this is pulled up and over. Pulled up, make sure that that's under. You just have to make sure that these are doing exactly what they're supposed to be doing, or it doesn't make sense. Like, see this little thingy right there? What's going on there? See, this is supposed to be underneath that. And it's just spending a little bit of time in it because you're so close. I mean, this is so close. Right? You just need to make sure that these are very, very clear stories, because that separates great models from great tries. And, this is real damn close. So just make sure that in this wrapping stuff, nothing is crossing over. Because I'll see it right off the bat, and it makes me nuts when someone spends this much time and energy on something. I mean, like right here. Here's another perfect example. What's happening right here? Well, this is supposed to be under that, I'll guarantee you. So don't get sloppy at this level. Because, like I said, these are those little things that make a great model. And if I'm noticing it, anyone who's a production manager, who's hiring you, who's, is that about a tiara? Is there...
Do you see a folder named Tiara?
Accessory. Leaf. Accessory. Hood. Oh, tiara. Turn tiara on. Okay. All right. And here again, if you're going to have the tiara, just make sure that these things are going either behind or in front of it, right? Like if this is crossing over it, make sure that it crosses over it completely and is sitting on top of it. If these things are going behind it, make sure that they are going completely behind it. Have no interaction there. Said you're damn close. And I know I'm being persnickety, but when you're doing something this well, you need to take care. So, is there another button here, or how is this attaching? I don't know if you're missing a closure, like another button on this side, or you need to resolve this in something. It needs to feel like it's actually finishing, right? So honestly, I would probably do that. Only because that's a very common feature of cloaks, and it resolves this other side. That makes a little bit more design sense to me. Having that doubled. It makes it a more complete form. This real subtle fabric stuff, I like it. I like that it's not, you have all this very taut, wrought detail, and then having it, this being subtle. I think that's nice. And it looks good. Like I said, I like your fire a lot. This is interesting. Here again, think about how it's lying on the surface. I think you might not get that little dent there. Well, it depends how that's sitting there. I guess you could. But know that, let's see, unless this is stitched on, this is going to hang from the farthest point out. So, you know, that would roll over her breast, and then as it comes in to the airspace, it's going to hang down. It's not going to hang against her body unless it's attached somehow. If that makes sense. Right? It's going to hit that point and then roll straight down. The pose is really nice. The fabric's really nice. How the jewelry is sitting, you know, on the body works. You know, it's actually contouring to the body, which is nice. The lace stuff is cool. Even though on lace stuff, I would still tend to come back through and return off symmetry. Clay tube. And I would still come in and just do a quick line on some of these. Only because I just think that the pulled out applique thing, it's just so flat. And, you know, if you're trying to do lacy things, even if you just stroke across it, you know, in a rhythm, it just makes it feel like something's going on as opposed to just being this flat. Because if it's just flat, everyone knows how it happened, right? I mean, it's just an extraction and or an alpha. But if you come in and just spend a little time on it, you know, you really can give it a feel of something's happening there. And let's go back. Uh-oh. Turned on. Turned on. But see, even just a little bit of material push there, it doesn't need to be anything super blown out. Same on this stuff. Anytime you're doing some of this extraction stuff, I just feel that just going over it a little gives you, you know, it gives it, well, intentionality. It's not just an extraction. You know, it means you took some time and you're like, okay, now let's go into this and then and obviously with symmetry you can do this nicer. And just look at how much more energy that has than that. And I didn't do too much to it, you know. So I just think that anytime you're doing extractions, like the flat extractions, like the lacy stuff or this ornament stuff, just go back over it, you know, with play buildup or something, and just give it some lumps. One, it breaks the consistency of it so it doesn't look, because we all know how to do extractions, right? You can either paint it on or use an alpha or whatever, but it just has that clean, flat, super even look. And if it's lace, you know, that's all hand knotted, you know, all of that. So I think that, I think that'll, once again, the difference between a great try and a great model really are those really minute details. And you're so damn close. It's real. I mean, it's good stuff. So, you know, wrap your head around just this handful of last details. Make sure in your wrappings you have nothing that's overlapping. You know, make physics real. Same with the hair, with the tiara. Just make sure that as the hair interacts with it, it's going behind and or going over. But, you know, don't have it be muddy. Yeah, I think I would pull this one over. It just gives a consistency with the cape. You know, that's a very, very common double button attachment for cloaks and capes. Make sure this is hanging in the right direction. No overlapping. Fuddle-futz with your laces and your flat detail so it doesn't look flat. Because with the leaves, you bent them up. You did something to them, right? You know, there's a little bit of play to them. Maybe you just meshed them to the surface, but they're not just flat. They have a little bit of flair to them, or at least they feel they do. So that's, it looks like you morphed them to the surface or something. They're, whatever, they're a little bit more active than the other flat stuff. So those look good. Now I turned everything on. Here again, just make sure that as these interact together, it makes sense. Because in your hair, you did a really good job of avoiding those. You know, there's a little one, but that's not gonna make me lose it. And it really just about keeping those intersections clean. See how that changes that? It's not crossing over anymore. They are abiding to what the physics is. Very good job. Yeah, see on the side, you know, just make sure that these are back behind it. And I think that's off. It's not a. Right. Or, you know, make sure it's completely over it. However that's going to play out. Orange guy. Whatever's. It looks great. No, you have nice, good level separation here. Yep. No, I think it looks good. It almost looks great. You know, you're almost right there. So just go back and make sure that your wrappings aren't fudged, right? Just make sure that you get that done. The hair looks great. I didn't see any of those weird crossovers in the hair, so you spent the time with that, so that looks good. Fuddle futz with your lace a little, add the button. Fuddle futz with your lace a little. Here. Or is that a part that shouldn't be there? I turned on. It might be. Yeah, because this is lying over. Okay. I know I turned things on. My bad. Sorry. Yeah. So that's no longer digging into the arm. Love the subtle stuff. And I really like that you kept this plain because it really pulls the torso away from everything else that has texture. When you put texture on everything, it becomes almost like there's no texture. It's just, you know, it bleeds out. But the fact that her torso is smooth, you know, doesn't have texture, but everything else does. Her hair really doesn't have texture. So it really allows the body to punch out from all the texture of the fabrics. And then the tiara is complicated again. So it punches out against the plainness. So it's very, very well composed. Like I said, I love the fire. Looks great. Just look at those few little areas to make sure that don't be lazy. You know, finish it off. You're so damn close. Well, that's excellent. You know, it's just, you're achieving a really high level of object. Don't let those really minute things be the things that it's like, oh, that's great. Oh, you know, because an art director or someone who's really looking at this stuff professionally, you know, they're going to see that. but you have some really great composition. I think, you know, it looks great. 2 thumbs up. Looks really good. Cheap chairs killed me. Oh, 3 weeks of cheap chair. I'm dying over here. I'm dying over here. All right. Cena, is the model up here?
Yeah, you've got 2 new ones.
Oh. Good. Who was first?
Tina.
Cena?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, look at what we got. Body, or is this where we cut it? I think that's where we cut it. Okay. I have a feeling that you know that this lump shouldn't be here. It looked like a weird. It was a weird little thing. Okay. Of course, it looks very good, actually. Your anatomy's all in the right place. Your armpit goes into your armpit. High five. Good armpits. Woo! It's so rare. Okay. Look at our face. What do we got going here? He's looking really good. I would say that you probably want, only because, once again, I assure you, you can find someone who doesn't, but I think you probably want a little bit of a division in here. Just a little bit of meat roll. Because very rarely you're going to see no interaction there. In some Asian faces, that the brow is a lot flatter. Often you can get this, but this is a really heavy brow not to have this eyelid interacting with the brow meat in some way or another. Right? Even keeping the anatomy minimal like this, I think you still want some sort of interaction here with the brow and the eyelid. Because I don't mind the simplicity here, you know, this is fine. Simplifying it's fine. But I do think just putting that in there helps it a lot. Because very rarely, like I said, very rarely are you going to have no meat interaction here. Unless you have a pretty flat face, unless your cheek is sitting a little bit farther out. So, yeah, your ear looks nice. When you're doing just noise for hair, which is fine, just make sure, see how you're actually breaking into the meat here? Just make sure that when you're doing it, and I know you don't have a whole lot of resolution here, so me smoothing that out was a melodramatic gesture. just make sure that it's actually sitting sitting up and off of the face, not cutting into the lip, right? Does that make sense? Just be careful about that. Because hair doesn't, you know, cut into the body. And I'm not saying it has to be such a straight line, but, you know, make sure that the hair detail is above the lip, not below. See, because like here, this is sitting on top of the surface, so that's okay. It was just here you were destroying the lip line, so you don't want to do that. And it's close here. You want, like I said, you just want to be a little bit careful about the stuff cutting into the body. It needs to sit above the body. Honestly, other than, I mean, your anatomy is looking good, brother. Very nice indeed. And I kind of like the simplified, sort of bubbly. It's nice. Yep, I just think, give him an eyelid. I don't think you're going to wind up with something that smooth. Looks great. Have any questions? Bum, 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 boom. Boo doo boo ba bum, boo 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 ba ba boo boo boo. Boo 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 boo. Okay. I assume that means no questions. If you do, we're still here. Yeah. Space mouse. Love it. Super, super love it. One of my favorite things in the world. Can't live without my space mouse. Can't do it. Nope, can't do it. Yep. Did you like that dunk? I did that just for you. Okay, so Arbor is next. Ooh, right on. You're welcome. I try to keep the audience entertained. I'm here for you. All right, what do we got going here? Interesting. I can't wait till you put more detail on the face. The character is looking really nice. I like it. You're definitely getting in there. Did you cut his fingers off? Why'd you cut his fingers off? Poor fella. Finger chopper. I see how you are. So the only thing that really bothers me here is that the hips seem a little bit like a toy. Like you can drive a truck through this guy's, the space between this guy's legs. And it's not quite what anatomy does. Like, the butt cheeks come in and sort of close down on the backside. And I'm not trying to change your design. I'm just trying to get a little meat in here so you can look at this from the front. Right, so when you're looking through the legs, you often will see the butt cheeks and then also this muscle coming up and in. So very rarely are you just going to have a big flat surface there. And you can see how just by changing that helps it look a little less like just a toy that has the legs plugged into it, if that makes any sense. And I think that your hips are too flat, right? Because with those fins, you're hiding this return of the hip. And what that made it do, once again, it made it look like, so you got to remember that these muscles are connecting up in here, right? You get these, it's a pivot, and you have this fin here, but you want to avoid it to look like it's, right, with just no crotch in there. It just looks like this is pinned to this. It doesn't look like it's interacting, because this is cutting in, this is cutting over, these are cutting down, and all of this is rotating around your hip pivot, and just giving that little bit of leg return there instead of it just being flush and up, I think helps it look like it's going back into the legs or back into the crotch. And it gives you that muscular fill in the quads as opposed to the quads just being a brick. If that makes any sense. You know, that helps a little, bringing that. Because you don't want the hips just to look like a big block. So yeah, I might drop this a little. And then just pinch that in a touch. Figure out your butt return however you want to design it in, but you don't want that just to be a big gaping channel. You know, it's not a bridge that you can drive a car through. And obviously you haven't worked too much on that section, so there's no point really yabbering about it. You're getting there. The anatomy's fun. You got it really going. I like the face character once you kind of butts with that, so it's going to be nice. Yeah, no, so I think right now, work on, just change this hip area touch. Make sure that it's not just a square gaping hole through the center of the groin. Yeah, I would say that. That's really where we're at. I mean, obviously, put his fingers on. You know, that's what I mean. It's like things. Your biceps going. I mean, obviously, we don't have this intersection, so you're definitely. I mean, it's looking good. I like where you are. Hopefully, those little tips will help. I'm trying to exit the skeleton. Wrap it around somehow. I mean, I like the aesthetic of what you have going, for sure. And, you know, I could see this sort of as an exoskeleton kind of thing. Yeah, I would say futz with it a little bit more and, you know, get your intersections a little tighter. But, yeah, no, all in all, I think you're definitely heading in the right direction. Are there any other direct questions you have about it? Because I mean, it's definitely looking good. Okay. There are no questions. I don't know. I don't see intent to put those fingers back on. They're sneaky. Of course. And if you have questions, please ask. Sorry. That's gracious. Too early to start that. It's like a Cenobite Batman. That's hysterical. So I would either make the texture of the mask a little more different, because my problem right now with your textures are the texture of the mask and the texture of the face are very, very, very similar. And it sort of looks like this could be stitched together skin. So I see that, you know, it could be that. So that's sure it is what it is. Just be very careful. Now, I mean, once again, if these are for renderings, you know, you want all of that. Yeah, I know it's colored. I'm just looking at the model. Always look at the model first. Because you can hide a lot with a painting. I want to see what the model is. I'm about the model. But if you're going to try to print this and actually bring it into the real world, remember to kind of knock down some of your textures, because having even textures on all your surfaces, it just becomes noise in a three-dimensional model. So for printing. And that's sort of where I come from. So, you know, it's something to consider. Because see here how you don't have the texture here and you have the texture here. Find places where you can have the eye resting from texture and it'll help. But the costume's wonderful. Your fabric's really nice. Your boots are very sexy, and thank you for lacing them. And like, I don't know if you were here earlier, one of my huge pet peeves is when things cross over into other layers and like your knots and stuff, it's super clean. Super, super clean. I love how thick, wacky, and stitchy the coat is. Because it has substantial thickness, makes it like puffy. Kind of cool. No. There we go. I know, Ma Dirty Blue. Yeah, just, you know, and once again, for rendering, it's kind of different because, you know, all of those textures, people are like, I gotta see texture, texture. But it just becomes noise when there's too much of it, you know? So find places for the eye to rest and it'll help a lot. Yeah, it's totally messed up, but man. He's a disaster. I love him. Very, very nice. You know, even in something like this for the rendering, I still would consider, especially on these things that are metal, I would consider coming in. I use SK Trim Polish and just come in and tap some of these areas down. And you can see it sort of gives it a little bit more. It breaks up that computer generated surface and it makes it feel like, oh, it has texture. But, you know, to see how smoothing just little bits of it, it starts to feel like it's been kind of brushed down, hit down. And you can see that it works on some of this stuff as well. I'm just very lightly coming over it and just hitting off some of those top surfaces where, you know, things would rub and touch. So I still think, even if you're just doing it for rendering, I think that breaking up your textures a little helps. Just so it doesn't just become homogeneous and it just, you know, if there's too much of it, your brain just doesn't even register it anymore. It's just like, all right. But see how just knocking some of that down makes it feel like it's been touched, like it's not perfect, like it's, you know. So yeah, I think that just coming through and touching some of your texture down, especially on things like on the person, you know, you are going to have very consistent stuff. But like on the fabric and stuff, I think you can make much more interesting by coming in and tapping down some of this and just giving little itty bitty places for the eye to rest. And you can really start to dictate where the eye travels by where you have these resting moments. But no, it looks great. He's awesome. Let's see. The pose is fine. Yep, I think that's really all I'd say. I mean, normally there are more holes for sizing, you know, just because people change shapes. But in something like this, it doesn't particularly bother me. But this is an issue because you have double belting, but you only have one, like, there's no place that this separates, right? You have a belt. So from the side, right, we have it stitched to the garment. It comes up, it goes through the buckle, it comes over, it goes through the buckle, and then it's stitched. So these aren't closures, right? There's no way for these to open. So what you need is, you know, another piece of something, right? Because how this normally works is this is attached to the fabric, it comes up, it's attached to the buckle, and then the fabric comes through and through the buckle, right? So these are not actually closures. Does that make any sense? Right? Like for these to actually be real or to be usable, this would come under, and that's your strap. And then you have holes, and that's how you tighten it. So unless, you know, now if there were, let's say these are buttons or snaps, you could feasibly say this is just decoration and it closes through a snap closure or something in that. But right now, there's no way to use those as buckles. So you get inside that thing and you never get out. Right? You know, this is not adjustable. This is just purely a decoration, right? And here again, you know, you have these buckles, but, you know, they're not attached. Like, you have this right now, and this is just a free-floating buckle. It's not attached to anything. Right? Because normally what you would have is, you know, this rolling over, and it's stitched, right? Because this is going over the buckle feasibly. That's holding the buckle. This comes in, and you have your pivot bar there, and that comes under that, over that, and under the buckle, and now you have the thing. Does that make sense? Yeah, I mean, like I said, if it's just decoration, who cares? It's decoration, whatever. On these, you might want to put like a stitching row there or something, just so these are interacting with something. Because right now, these are just going to flop around. You know, these buckles would just hang down. And so, see, you have these rivets here. You know, maybe put those rivets here on the outsides of these. And then if asked, oh, how does he get out? These are snaps, and then he unzips or whatever. But see, you have it going through the buckle here. You don't have them going through the buckle here. So there's a difference between the front and back buckles. Right. And once again, these are actually coming through properly, but those buckles aren't attached to anything. Right. So, just something to think about. Exactly. You're stuck in that bad boy. But if he's a Cenobite, who cares? He's sort of like Cenobite Batman, right? Pinhead Batman. But it looks great. I mean, that's just me being persnickety about usage. And here again, you're not returning under anything. So these would just kind of flop around. You know, there's usually the second bar here some. Because this normally, right, this usually comes in and is attaching to the center bar, and it usually has like the little hole here. And then this buckle comes over. So that's going under, over that center bar, and under. And now that's what's pinching it. So figure out a buckle usage just so they don't look, not even that they're not working or that they can't close, but they're just floppy and sitting there. But other than that, that's awesome. It's a beautiful model. You did. It's very good. Very, very nice. Yeah. Super good.
One more so far.
Yeah, I'm downloading. Baby armor girl. So the proportions are disturbing because it makes it seem like a baby. Is baby armor girl. But other than the proportions, you can see that you're working into the anatomy. Obviously, you haven't sculpted it to the point that your anatomy there, but your boots are like the fabric is really interesting, right? The floppiness and stuff. Armor is definitely getting there. I think that these straps are probably a little too thick in context. The armor's pretty thick. Like it stands off pretty far. You might want to consider streaming it down and getting it just a little bit closer to the body. It's always hard to talk about reality in cases like this, right? The fact that your laces are highest and then these things are flopping off, since this is where things are tightening, if it's loose, chances are your front's going to fall because there's actually less support here in the front than there is. Like this is the full fabric, right? And then here you have an airspace with laces, and if it's lacy enough or loose enough that this is flopping down off of it, chances are your front's going to fall before your back is. But this is stylized, and that's just me being physics persnickety. Everything. I mean, it's a very interesting look. Kind of like where it's going. Obviously you haven't really worked on your here. I mean, I like where you're heading. I like the fabric stuff. It's looking pretty cool. The armor stuff is pretty cool. I think that you might want to wrap it around a little bit more because right now it just feels like it's sitting on top of the front of the leg. I mean, I feel the 28 mil thing. I get it. It's just the problem you run into with it is you have to be very careful about how you do the proportions or they wind up looking like babies, right? So you can't, like if you're doing it that way, you can't make the body as wide. I mean, like the head just winds up being bigger, right? I mean, it winds up being bigger. So how do you keep everything from looking like hobbits? That's the trick. And it comes down to, you do tone down the body a lot more just so it doesn't feel quite as well. Like I said, you have to be careful or it looks like a baby, so how do you keep the thinness of something that looks like an adult body with a large head as opposed to a baby? And so I think that's probably your task right now. But like I said, this stuff will read very nicely in small, at that scale. It'll read well. Your forms and your designs will. So let's, finish it and let's look at it a little bit farther along. I mean, you're getting there. I think I'd probably make the hips a little smaller. Obviously, make the bust a little bigger, just so it feels, that. Who made it?
can look.
Andreas Moyano.
Yep.
What, you're not very good at finishing things? Brace up and finish them. In fact, I want to see it finished next week. Or actually, I'll give you 2 weeks, right? Next week is sculpting, and then the week after is critiquing, I guess. Something like that. Yeah, we this week is Tomas repairing scan data. Woo! We scanned Iga's face and shoulders for a NFT thing. So we get to look at that. Maybe that's what we'll look at next. We'll see. All right. Yeah, I would say be careful of getting the hips too big, because the hip proportion is what's making it look like a baby to me, I think. So maybe it has to do with. And let me do that because all this is on billion subtool. Just look at you. Everything's on its own subtool. That's cool. It just means I can't affect everything at once. I think that if her silhouette were that, it might look a little less like a baby. You got baby butt. Baby butt, baby butt, baby butt ribs. Is that where we're going? Yeah, of course. Yep. I think that's the issue. Because I mean, it's stylized, it looks good, it's heading the right direction. It's just you got a big old baby butt. Get my belly. Exactly. Ah, baby, get my belly. Okay. Goodness. Man, I miss my hot tub. Horrible. Yay, team. All right. Female blah. Is that? I just looked at the name of that. Right. Female blah. All right, right. Do we have anything else uploaded?
Nope.
Oh, look at those go. What time is it?
10:30.
Too early to quit.
Yep.
Well, plenty of people are making minis, that's for sure. Hey, there she is. How we doing, beauty? I am doing well. It's been a rough 3 weeks, but doing good. Doing good. So do you have any miniatures that you're going to throw up there, Voxel? Let us look at them. You better catch the next one. I see how she's sneaky. Hit and run. Boom. But it's nice that you even took the time to hit and run. I appreciate it. On Instagram? Okay. Is it Voxel Forge on Instagram as well? Juggernaut. Verna. Like or. So, have you printed any of like this stuff out? The high resolution stuff? What are you using to print? Yeah, that's it really is like what is it, designer fair and some of the shows where these people have tables and stuff. That's usually the best place to meet them. I mean, you can always cold call, you know, but it's often much better if you know the people, or at least like they know who you are before you cold call. So I would say going to some like find find the like the place that you want to be associated with in some of the bigger places, and see if they do trade shows and see which ones they go to, and then pick a few things you've printed out and they have them in your backpack and go talk to them and meet them and shake their hand. I think that's probably one of the better ways of doing things. um, Sadly, the ZBrush Summit has been digital the last few years because the ZBrush Summit's a great place to meet these. There are a lot of them that come to this having it. So, you know, I would say, ask to go tour the place, go visit. Because if you're a person, you have a much better chance of getting, they'll be like, oh, yeah, that guy. I think that's super helpful. Waiting on your mini 8K. Yeah, that's I'm waiting on my Formlabs extra large. I want a big one. It's just a large. It's just Formlabs L, right? Aren't you excited, Henry? Getting the
Oh yeah.
getting the Formlabs dental printers. Whoop, whoop.
Oh yeah.
No, it looks good. Yeah, I was just wondering some of the higher detail stuff, what printer you were using to get it. Get that resolution. Fun stuff. God, I used to spend so much time on miniature. We had to hand carve these things, man, out of Duplo epoxy putty or Duro epoxy putty. It was the blue and yellow, and you had your little armature, and then you would mix it together and fill out your armature first, and then you'd scalpel it down, and you get your anatomy, and then you kind of rub it and put some clothes on. Yeah, that was always a joy. Oh yeah, so yeah, I did stuff for Ralph Partha, and I did some shadows sculpting for Games Workshop. I didn't claim the work; someone else was claiming the work, but I didn't care. I was getting paid. Oh, I'm talking 25 years. Yeah, it's a long time ago. Hold on, let me see if I can find these. So this is where I started sculpting miniatures. 15mm Napoleonics. Woohoo! These guys were insane. They like, I did some of these, and like literally I got yelled at because the buckles on them were D's and not half rounds. They were D's. And I'm like, dude, it's like 0.5 millimeter. Are you kidding me? The Napoleonics people were like whack-a-doodle. Look at those. Look at those proportions. Oh my god. Yeah, those were the days. Hand sculpting those bad boys in Duro epoxy putty, and then we did some orcs. Did a few dragons. I wonder if I could even find them. It's Warhammer. My god, it's so funny. And I mean, these are hand sculpted with Duro. I wonder if miniature. Well, there's the Duro epoxy putty. Yeah, there's someone modeling. Because they were using vulcanized rubber molds. I guess this is a new formulation of it, but yeah, we used piping putty. I mean, it was literally for piping. Yeah, there it is. Look at that. Oh my god, it was so horrible. Because you only had X amount of time, right? So, yeah, there you go. Look at that. You would get, like, they actually had little armatures that they would print up that you could pose, and then you'd sculpt on them. Oh my god. That brings back some memories, man. Because they were vulcanizing everything, so you had to have something that would hold up to the vulcanizing. Horror show. But yeah, you would just do it in stages and stages and stages. Lots of, that's why I'm wearing glasses now. Really bad eye. Bad eye stuff. It's very bad. Oh yeah. Yeah, no, they would print, it was just like a wire structure, and they cast it on, you know, in the lead or whatever they were casting it. And it just had a little ball, a neck, and just wire, and then you'd bend it into shape, and then you'd slowly build, you know, you'd build up your anatomy just a little, so there was the bulk, and then you'd take the little thin flat, roll it out and get your fabric in, because it couldn't have airspace because the vulcanization would crush it. So they had to be solid, so you had to build them up in little stages. Oh my god, a nightmare. If I had ZBrush and a printer back then, I'd be a million, because I would have kicked that stuff out. I was fast doing the little green ones. Man, if I could do it this way, woo. I'm so envious for the miniature world now, because I'm just like, oh man. I had all these weird little steel tools, like ones for chainmail. It had like a little hook with a V in it. And literally, I took a microscope and filed weird little grooves in the tools, and then you're like poking and pulling and poking and pulling and making chainmail. No, privateer, you're evil. Well, I mean, you could. I mean, I can 3D print something that you can vulcanize, so that's fine. I'll play that game with them. Ugh. Oh, just the hours. Thank God I was a kid, because I didn't really have to have a job, so it was like something I fell into when I was in high school and started then. Well, luckily I had no schedules. They were just like, oh, make some Vietnam guys. And made a few like little sets of Vietnam things, and then made a couple dragons, some orcs, some 15mm Napoleonic stuff, and then I did a little bit of stuff with Games Workshop at the very, very beginning, and it was orcs and goblins. It was fun. Oh yeah, no. The second I saw ZBrush, I quit physically sculpting. I haven't physically sculpted something in decades. I was like, nope, that's going to be the future, and I'm going to make sure it works. And at the beginning, it was a nightmare. I was the first person to ever get a sculptural object out of ZBrush and cast in metal. It was 16 years ago. And we've been hammering this bad boy to get it to be a manufacturing program. Every beta, I'm just like, yeah, but can't we make it do this? And they're just like, you're a jerk. I'm like, no, really, can't we make it do this? It's like, oh. I loved it the year they put in the Kitco metal thing for me. I pushed them and they wrote it, and we helped them with the thing and blah blah blah, and so they got it in. It was the same year that they put folders in. I remember at the summit, and of course it gets quiet the second I say it. And we're all standing there, and they're like, "Yeah, we did this and this and this, and we put in folders." And I was like, "It was only 13 years or something like that." And it was like just real quiet the second I said it. Paul was like, "Tomas, we just did this for you, you bastard. What are you kvetching about?" I'm like, "Oh, sorry." So right now, well, when I was in LA, it was a lot different. So we're opening a studio in Los Angeles. I'm helping a friend, and we're kind of teaming together to make a jewelry and digital asset production studio in downtown. So I've been spending a week in LA and then 3 weeks a month here at the house. And normally my day is I wake up around 8:39, and I get up and I go for a walk, and that's usually a couple hours. I walk anywhere between like 3 and 6 miles a day, and then I come back and take a shower and sit down and start working. So I'm usually working by before noon or around noon, and then I work until 2-3 a.m., and then I go to bed. I get up and I work. So I work a lot. Now, of course, I get up and I cook my meals and stuff. But yeah, the resin printings, I guess messy, but I'll give Formlabs credit. Their wash unit really actually works pretty well. Nice. You put it in there, and then the cure. And I like the Formlabs ecosystem. Nice. It works well, and it's pretty thoughtless. I mean, unlike a lot of the other, that's the problem with some of the other printers, is that just the support software, the printing software, you have to think about it, and like if you're not in tune with the machine you're using, you can mess up a lot. Their Formlabs is pretty idiot proof. You push a button and go. And if you know anything about supporting, you spend a little time fiddle futzing with the supports. At least I do. Just so, I'm looking at where my detail is, and sometimes I'm just moving a support or two around. But I don't spend a huge ton of time doing the supporting, and then I very, very rarely have failed prints anymore. I mean, every once in a while I get a failed print, but usually it's because I'm lazy and I didn't put enough supports on it, and then it pulls off. But yeah, I very rarely get failed prints anymore. And like I said, we're doubling down on the Formlab stuff. We're getting one of the new 3 pluses. That's the 3B plus, and that's the dental one that'll do all the dental resins. And then we're getting the big one, the 3LB. So, and I guess the B is just the difference with the dental resins is that some of them are more aggressive, so you have to have the stainless steel build plates. Yeah, I don't even understand. I think carbon is high on crack. I don't even understand their business model, because nothing personal. I mean, yeah, they're nice prints, but I mean, it's sure not any better than like one of the well, it's not better than a SolidScape, and it's not better than
Projet.
thank you, the Projets. If you're going to spend that kind of money, buy a Projet. I mean, for God's sakes. You can build an entire plate in like 5 hours, and it's self-supported, so you don't have to think about supporting it. And yeah, I don't understand the carbon business model. I don't get it. I really don't. Because, like I said, I mean, yeah, they're fast. Sure, they're fast, but 100 and some thousand bucks. They well better be fast. You know what I mean? It's like, that's absurd. I know, right? I mean, it's like to build plates like this. It's like, are you kidding me? $100,000 to build a 6-inch plate in 10 minutes. Whatever. I mean, I do not understand the hype. Yeah, no, that's my point. They're not like they're 100 times faster. Oh, really? I didn't. Oh, yeah. Actually, I heard that mono is actually very fast. Which one? Oh, the Elegoo. Yeah, actually, I have one of those sitting down. No, I have the Elegoo's supposed to send me one. They haven't sent it yet. What do I have? I have the Mars. I don't know. I have one sitting in a box downstairs that I haven't opened yet. My basement isn't quite prepared for printing. Even though it took a big step while I was gone, they did a job cleaning around. Am I frozen? No. I get paranoid. Last time we just kind of it didn't say I was dropping frames, and yeah. I have a 2 terabyte system. We better not be dropping frames. Here, you'll laugh. Today I was downloading at 22.2
Megabytes?
Yeah.
Goodness.
Uploading 19.8 though. It was slagging. It was dragging a little. Well, yeah, I mean, I think you can buy the new Projet. I think it's only like 50 or 60,000 bucks, if I'm not mistaken. Isn't that what we found out when I did that? When I asked one of them, the older one was 40 and the other one was 60, something like that. I thought they were going to be a lot more expensive. Yeah, and you never own a carbon. You can only lease it. You can never own it. I got fired. Here. Yeah, no, that's madness. I'm a Formlabs brand ambassador, so they to be fair, I get treated really well by Formlabs. I have no complaints about Formlabs. No complaints at all. Right? It's like, don't stress about it. Would have been worse by now. Oh, man. It's true. All right. So, no more models. Should I work on Super Chief?
There are 2 more models.
Oh.
One of them is a ZPR, but one of them is a PNG, the other one's a ZPR.
Okay, so
you
it's not
can-
really going to matter.
Yeah. Holy mother, and it's 7 gigs.
Let's take a second or two. All right, let's see how long it takes to download this. 7 gigs. Download. Save. It says 2 minutes. Tell me what do you want to show me? Gonna put up a link? Kimba, what it comes down to is many hours and practicing correctly. So at the very, very beginning, I would strongly suggest copying, right? And what I mean by that is say, okay, I have these scissors. I am going to make these scissors today. And that way you can look at this, you can measure it, and you can tell if it's right or wrong. If you're just making stuff up, there's no correct or incorrect. You can always say, oh, that's how I meant it to be. Where if you are taking objects that you have very good reference of, right? You know, like it's like, oh, well, I'm going to take a picture of this celebrity's face. Well, until you understand how to sculpt a face, that's always going to be a very difficult journey. But if you learn how to see first, right, you're going to be a lot happier and you're going to be a lot better because you're going to be focusing on things that you can judge correctly. And if you can judge it correctly, then you can improve. If you're just making stuff up, there's nothing to judge, right? You're just making stuff up. So there's no right or wrong. Where if you're copying something, then there is a right or wrong. It looks like it or it doesn't. You know, I mean, that's all there's to it. So I would strongly suggest as a beginner copying so you can have something to judge. Does that make sense? No, that looks really nice. I think that turned out well, don't you? I love your acorn bells. They're great. Yeah, no, that's super nice. I like it. Yeah, no, it's a very important thing. I mean, if you think about, you know, even like great painters and things like that, you know, if you went and studied with Rembrandt, you copied Rembrandt until you understood how to paint, and then you did your masterpiece, which was the piece that wasn't you copying something. So that's how art used to be taught, you know. Bitteschön. No, it looks good. I like it. It's a good rendering too. It's fun. Good texturing. Here, here. Did I? Did Ricky Matthews down? Oh, see, we were over here fiddle futzing around. Thing download. So we need to go to File, Open. Well, let's look. Oh. Is this a model you did? You know, sculpting with reference is ultimately important. Because like I said, then you can judge, right? Hmm. So big if it's... Oh, we have a bunch of other... That's 2 million. 2 million. Doesn't that seem rather big for a few things that were a few million? I can't. I'm not the person to judge size, that's for sure. That's pretty damn cool, though. Very nice geo. That's a lot of little geodes. All right, so let's look at your box. You're like, stop looking at my geode. Retail box. Is Ricky here? Are you Ricky Matthews? Ooh, okay, you're Ricky Matthews. All right. Oh, cool. He's looking fun. So I just have a question about the eyes. Is this it's a characterization of something? So it's like from an animation or an image cell or something like that? Like, is there a reason your eyes are like this? Here, Foxel, sleep well. See you next week. Am I maybe maybe we can get him on the voice channel. Ricky, can you join the Discord voice channel? Do you have a microphone? Because it might be easier if we talk through this one. Because I don't know what caps mean as far as the... Did you see the Discord link? Mm-hmm. Ricky, you having an issue? How we doing?
They joined Discord.
Okay. Boom. Yeah, no, it looks very nice. Let's have some quick. He's chatting with. No luck? If you're having a problem, Henry probably can help if we know what it is.
Yeah, he just has to click the words Twitch streaming in Discord.
Why, thank you, Sen. I appreciate it. You're pretty great yourself, buddy. Wait, I hear something. Hello?
Nope, that's me.
Damn it, Jim. Did I pull my Discord stream down? Go. Where you should click?
Yeah, go to the like general channel first
Yeah,
or
I
something.
just did. Yeah.
Cool.
I went to community art first. Yeah, so if you look right here in the channels, if you just scroll down the voice channel, see Twitch streaming, see Henry and I. Juan, are you joining us? So, yeah, just, hey, there you go.
Maybe later. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you. Look at that. Whoop, whoop. So, yeah, just, hey, there you go.
You'll want to mute Twitch.
Later. Can you hear me now?
I can't.
Look at that.
That was a super
you, Tomas.
delay.
So I think you have
You'll
to
want to mute,
mute Twitch.
Twitch.
Can you hear me now?
I can't. Do that.
That was a super delay.
Mute Twitch.
Okay.
You got it?
So, but I can't hear you now.
Oh, you don't
Yes,
have
you
a
can.
headphone? You can't hear me?
I don't have Twitch. I'm on YouTube.
Oh, we'll mute the video, whatever the
You know.
video is.
Oh, you don't have a headphone? You can't hear me?
I don't have Twitch. I'm on YouTube.
Oh, we'll mute the video, whatever the video is.
If I mute the video, I can't hear you guys. I don't have Twitch. I'm on YouTube.
Or we'll mute the video. We
If I
we
mute
should
the
be coming
video,
out of
I
your
can't hear you
speakers or
guys.
something.
And I'm also
However you're
getting a
hearing
crazy
it.
delay.
Yeah. Okay. We
If I
we
mute
should
the
be coming
video,
out of
I
your
can't hear you
speakers or
guys.
something.
And I'm also
However you're
getting a
hearing
crazy
it.
delay.
Yeah. Okay.
It's awesome. It's like a trippy music experiment I went through in college.
Yeah. Okay.
It's awesome. It's like a trippy music experiment I went through in college.
Sorry, guys.
No, it's okay.
Music experiment I went through in college.
Literally the mic. I got the mic last week. Sorry, guys.
It's funny, actually.
I got the mic last week. Oh, headphones. Yeah, I'm a complete idiot.
Oh,
Funny, actually.
we didn't go to headphones? I see. That's a start.
I got the mic last week. Oh, headphones. Yeah, I'm a complete idiot.
Oh,
I'm gonna do the cell phone thing that he just said.
that's a
All right. Someone will figure it out.
Yeah, I'm a complete idiot. I'm gonna do the cell phone thing that he just said.
I'm gonna figure it out.
I'm gonna do the cell phone thing.
So if you look, Henry, will you post the link to the will you post a link to the upload?
So if you look,
There we go. If you just upload it to that link, you can upload and we'll look at it. Do a ZTL. Make sure to do a ZTL. All right. Did Ricky get his headset on?
Wasn't prepared for this. This is all. I apologize.
Oh my God! Just what the hell? No, you're fine.
My phone is turning back on because I have a dead telephone.
We can hear you.
Bat in
Can
a
you hear
thousand.
me?
You hear us?
No, I think he's just talking.
Interesting. I wonder what Discord. I mean, I suppose in the Little Gear voice and video, his output device is set to not however he's listening to YouTube. And that's why he can't hear us.
I don't know. You know, my technical acumen is something to be desired.
Hey, I'm here.
Woohoo!
Woohoo!
You're here? You can hear us? Maybe.
Yeah, but I'm not getting. Okay, your video is not live. It's there. We go.
Right? Are we live? You there?
No, I can hear you guys now.
Okay, wonderful.
But the video I'm getting. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong video. There we go.
Yeah, your video is going to be delayed a couple seconds from our voices, but it won't be too bad.
I just turned off. Oh, I can hear you guys now because I'm listening to you from my telephone.
Right.
It's a massive delay.
Yeah, there's about, like, for me, it's about a 6-second delay. So, like, between the video and my thing. So, you kind of just have to deal with living real time,
Oh,
and then the video catch up, probably. Yeah, makes sense. So can you see me zooming in on the fox face?
It's pretty bad.
Yeah, well, we'll sort it out here. So basically, I guess I have a couple questions. So the eyes, is this a stylistic decision? Why are your eyes like this? You're getting a 30-second lag from my talking? Wow, that's a hell of...
Hello?
Yep, can you hear us? Can you hear me? No?
Hello?
Yeah, maybe not. You can't hear us,
Yeah.
huh?
No.
Oh my god, this is ridiculous.
All
Okay.
right, so
That's enough of that.
My phone is now having a problem loading. I'm just gonna text. It's a style. I've
It's all
been
good.
painting for a long time. The eyeballs are a style.
Okay.
But I would love some tips on how to get some more flow. It looks a little chunky to me.
Yep.
I apologize that I'm talking to you in 30-second delay, but I'm done. Abort mission. I'll talk to you
Right
through
on.
text.
Pull the ripcord. We'll see you in text. Oh, it's always exciting. So why aren't you in chat? Let's see. Yeah, that was a little painful. But that's okay. We'll figure the world out. It's fine. All right. So a little clunky and the such. So the one thing I'll say about the eyes, stylistic or not, I still would like to see that the eye... No, it's all good. Don't worry about it. I still would like to see that the eyes are going into the body. Why I keep asking about the eyes is if there was a specific style or, if it was based on a very specific design. But here, let me just do one side. And where's my divide button? Did I lose my divide button? Do you see divide here? What happened to divide button? Okay.
Oh, you're on one of your newer. No, it's
No,
just
it's
gone,
usually right
huh?
there. It's just gone. It was here earlier. I was dividing things. Hold on. Let's go. Okay, it has something to do with the model. Look, here's divide. And look, it's not there. What is this? Is that not the weirdest thing you've ever seen? Because it's active. Is that not weirder in hell?
Yeah, I'm not sure what to make of that. Riz will tell us.
I'm just going to ZBrush it and see if that brings it back. That is bizarro. Send me a link.
Is it a Polymesh 3D?
No, it wasn't. Okay, that was super weird. Hold on. Well, we lost by hitting Make Polymesh. I lost the base, which was a different subtool. That was super weird. Okay, here we go. Here's our foundation, but it's not a polymesh. How did you get this where it's not a polymesh? I don't even know how you did that. That's crazy talk. Okay, but so this model, look, no, where is it? Here we go. See, I have no divide button. I can't interact with it. But if I push Make Polymesh, it ditches the subtool, and then it becomes something. Look, here's divide. So for some reason, it was not an act of poly. I don't know how you did that. That's pretty amazing. I don't know what you did. That's some wild stuff. Okay, so just here, let's go to the eye real quick. And this is, so my only real issue with the eyes is that it's sort of sitting on top. And I just think that even if it were stylized as such, clay tubes, give me my clay tube. Right, even if it were going in. Just having it where, you know, you sort of have just this ridge going on. And obviously I'm not spending as much time as you are on this one, but just getting it to where the eye is sitting inside the surface, where it's not sitting on the outside. Pet peeve of mine. You can take it for what it is, but you know, if you get that, and then you know, you have your whatever that detail is, where it's, you know, the ridge or whatever. But as long as that eyeball's inside that ridge instead of outside, it just reads better. And see, that's bulgy and sitting on the outside. That's coming out of the eye socket. Right? I don't know. Does that make sense? And like I said, I didn't spend any time on it, but I just think that that's a helpful thing. Now, you said that you thought it was lumpy. Well, I mean, you're a little lumpy, but that's sort of your fur patterns. Using rake as your fur patterns, you're kind of getting that sort of wave area. One of the ways to prevent that kind of lumpiness is plotting out your hair just a little bit more. And so let me see if I can get this smooth. And thinking about when you're doing this, plot it out in layers, right? Because if we look, let me smooth this a little. Okay. And so if you come in and you figure out where you want your sort of layers to lie. Mm. 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 And I'm obviously not being super careful here, so I'm not saying make your hair look like this. Okay. So that's the bottom layer I have going on right here. And then the next layer is probably going to sit like here. And then kind of coming off the neck there. So now you have these smoother surfaces, you can come in, get your rhythm going of how you want your hair to sit. So let's do one. And get it kind of out. Now you have your little layers, and you're just using rake to bring these in. And so you can now come in and do your rake texture. Right. But it gives you sort of that directionality and layeriness that fur tends to have. And if you kind of plot it out first, it now gives you sort of the directionality of your fur. And that allows you to be a little bit smoother and a little bit more in control with how it's lying. That's one way of dealing with it, you know, is sort of plot out your sort of little layers first. So get the eyeball in the body. Think about layers. So when you have your base model, figure out, you know, how you want the fur to sit first. Break it up into those patterns, you know, because once again, you know how a lot of this works. And if you just come through and kind of wrap your head around how you want your fur to lay, just quickly in layers, and then you can come back in and throw any kind of texturing you want. Yeah, of course. The link is right above you. If that makes sense. And I think that'll help you keep your surfaces a little less lumpy, is coming through and defining how you want them to lay first. And then, you know, you get that surface rhythm, and you can come back in and smooth it and get it as clean as you want it before you start texturing. You know, you can clean really flat surfaces if you want. And then just come back in and apply your texture. You know, it's really sad is I don't even know what that means. My rendering capacity, I don't really render, I go to printing. So my rendering acumen has quite a bit to be desired. But that sounds awesome. Whatever that means, it sounds like, yes, I agree with you. I think we should do it. Because everyone needs alembic. Not making fun of you, I'm making fun of me. And my complete inability to render. Yeah, I think that's probably your best bet, is to kind of go through, figure it out. Make sure that things that are going into the body actually look like they're going into the body. Yeah. No, without a question, you can send whatever you want. Ooh. Computer graphic file format developed by Sony. ZBrush is not on that. Well, it's interesting though, because now with the purchase of ZBrush by Cinema 4D, I wonder if things like that might actually be things that are considered, you know, or
Yeah, Cinema 4D is on the list.
Yeah, I see it right here. So it might be something that they try to incorporate over the next few years. Interesting. Because everybody else and their brother has it. Remind me to ask. I'll ask if that's something. Yeah, I think if you strategize, you know, get your anatomy in and then strategize how you want the fur to lay, it'll give you directionality, or to give you a roadmap that you can apply directionality that to. So yeah, for a noob, you're killing it. I mean, you know, the work's nice without a doubt. I mean, you have good forms. It has a nice pose. You know, I mean, it's not like it's completely off the wall. Yeah, I think that's where I would go with that. Yeah, of course. Upload. Oh, we have the JPEG to look at, don't we? Oh, we looked at this. And we were trying to figure out, is this something that someone did, or are they trying to make a model from it? Yeah, you can send whatever you want. I don't care. I'm going to open it before I put it on the screen. I mean, I've been known to put some weird stuff up on this screen, so I don't feel that anyone's really going to out-weird some of my stuff. And if it's just lewd, then whatever, it just won't go up. Because this is Pixelogic stream, not mine. If it were my stream, I don't care. But you should be, because I'm talking about you. You know it. Because it's always going to be your stuff that's the problem.
I'm the trouble one, huh?
You are. Always.
Good evening, sir. How are you?
Wonderful. And yourself? Good to hear your
Good.
voice.
Likewise, I miss you.
I know, right? Yeah, I'm loading them in as we speak. Been doing anything exciting?
Yes, I got a gimbal to start doing my own commercials.
Wow. Look at you
Yeah.
go.
Yeah. So we'll see.
Awesome.
I'm going to use for a couple attachments here and there, and then I start practicing.
Very, very cool. That's exciting.
Oh yeah, it is. It is. It's
Because then I
overwhelming.
can put you to work.
Well, I already have the idea of my first commercial, so I just need to play around and then start filming.
Awesome. Okay, Strauss, Jose. So Strauss is which one? Every single one has 11 billion. There we go. Strauss. Oh, well, we're doing Strauss. How convenient. Let's turn the paint and let's look at this model. Okay. So I like his little wing. Armor construction's great. It's nice. It's tied to character. It looks good. The only thing I would say is if you're going to do appliques or like the textures, you know, one, have enough geometry in your part that it's going to read. Because and you know, once you start painting stuff, you know, you're seeing it and you know, you can get away with a lot of things. But just once again, sort of like what I was saying earlier about the difference between the difference between a great model and a great try is the minutia, right? So if you're going to do an applique texture like this, make sure that it is clean, sharp, and tight, right? Make sure that it looks good. And one of the ways you can do it with these is you can unwrap your UV to where it's flat, and then you can then do the applique to the or the alpha extension to the flattened model and then rewrap it, and it allows you to come up with cleaner cleaner applied images. And it might just be that there's just not enough geometry here. Yeah, you only have you have 120,000 per. And that's why these are starting to look muddy. And the other thing is think about how you're going to apply them, because on something like this, you may actually be better off with Extractor than a flat extrusion or a flat application. And what that is here. Let me hold on. Let me find a floral real quick that we can kind of use. here. This. W. Spec. Silly. Plain flat. Okay. Okay. So we have this thing. Turn that off. Let's go. Standard. They're going. And now I'm just going to drag. Oh, I'll try. So this is not the cleanest alpha, but I think you'll get an idea of what we're shooting. Okay, now I'm just going to run smooth over this real quick just to get rid of some of this artifacting. Why aren't you smoothing? Okay. Okay, so you have this lovely, highly detailed model. Yours is higher detail. Now, what you can do is if you come over here, and let's make sure that we are in the right place. I'm just going to use my history state. Okay. So now, Extractor. I'm going to click on that. I'm going to make sure that this is big enough. Bigger. And so now I'm going deep. That G. Yeah, G. Hold down G. I'm going to start right here. There. Any detail there, am I off? Okay. Why is that? Actor. Here. Extra. Bigger. There we go. Yeah, there it is. So now with Extractor, you have this. If you have your suit of armor, now I'm just going to, let's go back here. And W. And I'm just going to make this sort of like your piece of armor. Right, so now you have this bent piece that you're ready to kind of project on, right? If you have, did something happen there?
No.
Am I connected?
Well, it's very choppy right now. There you go. No, it's fine.
Super weird. Okay. So now you have, I don't know what that was about. I just saw red lights come up. I was like, what's that? So now you have this pattern on your extractor brush. So you can come in and sort of drag it on. I have this turned up way too high. Turn this down some. Make the brush bigger. Right, but you can see that this is a way to apply your texture on your half round and kind of control it. Right, it's a way to kind of get stuff in and on. And you know, it's cleaner than just a straight projection on a bent surface. Does that make sense? I mean, I think that might be worth looking at. And you can follow an edge. And so that's a way to do some interesting armor stuff. And retain some of this where, you know, you're getting a cleaner sort of thing happening. So I would be just a little more careful with these projections because, I mean, your armor's beautiful, and this stuff being that muddy, it sort of cheapens the model, I think, because the modeling is great. Just don't, kick up your geometry and actually get this stuff to look good. Is that a question? How did I get what to project? Not anymore, sadly. Drowning robbed me of my languages. Very, very sad. Henry, are they asking, how did this work? Or can you hear me? Did I lose you too, Henry?
I can hear you fine.
Oh, okay. So, all right. And I'm on screen. Things are going fine. All right.
Oh yeah, you're good.
I just lose faith when things start to get squirrely. I'm like, oh, what's going on, man? I've got more than blazing internet. There's no way this is me. That's what's so frustrating. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no doubt.
Let me speed test real. Oh, it's pretty slow. I only have 1,800 downloads. Oh, my upload's slacking. It's only 1,700. Used to have inspiration of I, I I don't struggle too much for inspiration. Usually when I start thinking about a project or something, stuff is coming to me. I don't usually get like creative blocks. But I think some of that is just discipline. If I have to work a little more to get it going, I tend to just spend the time and, you know, just work through it. Yeah, I don't get demoralized by things not working perfectly the first time. So I think a lot of people need to, just get used to work, if that makes any sense. Where, not everything just comes instantly. Sometimes you have to spend a little time and fiddle futz through it and play with, different alphas that work or whatever. It just, yeah, kind of nice, kind of fun. It's a good one. Good pattern. Pretty little. Pixelogic, are we? Yes, we are. All right. Yeah, I think the textures are the only thing that are doing you wrong here. Your beginnings of your beard and hair layout are looking good. The model's beautiful. I think it's your textures that are screwing you. But it looks great. Any questions on that one? Did we lose Henry?
No, I'm here.
Oh, I was talking to her earlier and you kind of disappeared.
I was saying goodnight to my wife.
No. Just no. What the hell?
Oh, wow.
Oh, well.
You got Juan. You don't need me.
Right?
What?
And it's a really nice stylized model. You're super clean. Is it Fortnite? Would you say this is sort of in that Fortnite style?
Yes, very much so.
Yeah. I always have to remember the difference in my I see how you are. Is Jose here? I like your little octopus ear. Your hair is tight, not flopping over one another. Congratulations. Now you do really nice armpits. Armpits are where 90% of people fail, so good armpits. That's impeccable. It's really tight. Super clean. Really nice. There's nothing I'm really seeing that makes me want to go, ah! No, he's gorgeous. Really, I'm not really seeing anything to comment on per se. Or critique, I mean, your form's nice, your style is dead on. He looks great. 2 thumbs up. Are we talking about these armpits? Everything's going in the right direction. Like, a lot of people don't bring the bicep up under the armpit. I mean, if I really want to get technical with you, this dives under that a little, but not gonna go there. It's fine. Looks beautiful. Technically, your secondary biceps connecting. That little piece right there is actually diving under the pec, but not an issue. Well, a lot of people really mangle armpits because they don't understand what's happening. And so, like, biceps are always coming up and over the pec, and the bicep is actually connecting up onto the scapula through the armpit. And so, yeah, it's one of those things. Yeah, no, you knocked it out of the water, knocked it out of the park. It looks great. And you have your style. The style is consistent through everything. The props, the bag, everything has the same style. Everything has the same scale of style. Yeah, no, that's a super tight model. Super tight. Killed it. Oh, everybody needs to train their anatomy more. I mean, that's just a given. Technically the curve right here, if it's leathered, probably be going the other direction because it's actually, your wrinkles are from pinching like this way, right? If you're going to get pinches in a glove, they tend to pinch that way instead of coming up and around, really that's, your palms are a little thick, right? You're probably, you're just a little pillowy in the hand. But like I said, it's nothing that it's not out of style. So it's not something that's, like I said, I would really comment too much on. Yeah, I think that wrinkle on the hand's the only thing I see the wrinkle on the gloves, the only thing I see that's a little odd. Because normally you have a glove, it's going to pinch here. Right, that's a pinching point for the palm. So it's going to act like a groin. If you look at a crotch or an armpit, that's what's happening here in the thumb. So I would say this is just going the wrong way. Right, if you're going to have wrinkles in it. It's more something in that vein. But that's so persnickety at this point. Just get the rhythm going with the glove. But that's it. That's the only thing I see. Killed it. yes, Pixelogic's free classroom is very, very helpful. Because also Ask ZBrush is an incredible thing. It really helps a great deal. There's tons of stuff there. And then yeah, no, dude. It looks fantastic. I mean, like I said, that little pinch in a glove. Because I mean, here, look. Can't see if I'm. So see if I have my hand open with a glove. Right, you have the wrinkles are there on the back. They're not going to go this way around this. The only way to get that would be to be pulling this direction. Then you might get some wrinkling going up. But the natural tendency of the glove is to wrinkle with the thumb. I have a pair of leather gloves. I mean, I think that makes sense. I don't know if you really need, if I need to beat that over the head with anything, you know. But whenever in doubt, just, you know, throw a glove on and look at what it's doing. You know, once again, I find, you know, just having that tangible reference is helpful. But yeah, it's absolutely beautiful. All right, and now this is. Did you have any other questions before I moved on? Right. Oop. Yeah, no problem. Thank you for sharing. It looked awesome. So just real quick, real persnickety, make sure that things that are, don't let these little crossover things kill you, right? Make sure that things that are actually going inside things actually go inside of it. Make sure that little lip is there. Because like I said, that's one of the big things that really is the difference between, like I said, a great model and a great try. See, like even right there, just make sure that your fabric is covering that, and back here or up here, make sure that the fabric is actually going in. I know that's minuscule persnickety crap, but let me tell you, when you're making models at this level, that little stuff is the stuff that really sets professional models apart. So pay attention to that stuff. Pouches look good. Your conversion to kind of modern-y stuff is looking good. Again, Okay. Over that. Fine. Top of here again. So it's literally just make sure that these things are under the strap. Right, just that little crossover is enough to make it a little weird. Feel this is actually pinching into the fabric. You know, you can get away with that by turning this into a wrinkle. See, just by making that a wrinkle or fabric pinch, you've now created the answer for, you know, what that's doing. Just make sure that you don't have just soft crossovers. It's something that it's something that just makes your model look, you know. It's just those little things. Here. Right? See how we're cutting into this form? It's just as simple as right? Now that's not infringing into those surfaces. Like, just surfaces don't blend, right? So just take a little time, go through and find those places just to make sure that nothing like that's happening. I like the sort of World War One, you know, trench trooper future. It's a neat feel. I like it. Doesn't have much room to see. That's I would say also here, trying to make these wrinkles tie just a little bit more to the pouch. You know, either, you know, because it's probably the pouch weight that's creating that wrinkle. Make sure, you know, your surfaces, if this is stitched to the outside, you know, just make sure that when you're doing wrinkles and stuff, that they're originating at the points, right? You know, that's the tension point there. Right. Just make sure these are, like, once again, you're not sinking into that surface. And if it is, it needs to wrap around the bottom, right? Like if it's going to sit behind the surface, then it needs to come from a point where it makes sense, right? If it's sitting in this seat and it's kind of wrapping under that and then coming up, you can see that's now behind there, but it feels like that's sitting in that scoop area. So if you have something like this that's attached to the surface, just make sure that it doesn't sink through the surface. And honestly, that's pretty here. Right here. You're kind of rolling over. Just make sure that it rolls back over. Don't let it transition through the surface, right? And I know I made that wrinkly. I'm not saying make it look wrinkly. Yeah, so honestly, the only things I'm seeing that are bothersome are just those itty bitty little transition points where your surfaces are blending into one another. And like I said, that's the difference between a great model that gets you a job and a great try. So just pay attention a little bit more to that. And honestly, it's a beautiful model. Yeah, it looks fantastic. Good job. Looks really good. Yeah, it's, you know, and it's really just spending the time and just going back and looking at all of your intersections and all of your interlaps. And you saw, I mean, I only found, what, 4 little places. It's not like it's a big deal. But that's why it's a big deal, because it's that close to being right. You know, it's just that close. And so I find that straps and where these things intersect, you know, you just get a little lazy. You're like, all right, hey, it's an armpit. No one will see it. But those are the things that, you know, people who are hiring look at. You know, it's like, wow, what is this? That little bit of attention to detail will make you stand out, you know, a lot from the people who, because most people don't even know to look, you know, they don't even think about that stage. And it really is that final polish that professionals do. And like I said, you're so close. It'd be a shame to, you know, come across oddly because you just didn't go over it that last time. Because all in all, the modeling's beautiful. It looks great. You know, it's good. It's very good. Yeah. Just spend that little extra time with it and tune it. Get it tuned. Yeah, 2 thumbs up. Looks fantastic. Oh. I've been sitting in a crappy chair for 3 weeks, and now my body's like, okay, was there one more? There was like Ladybug Mom. Ladybug.
Bug Lady, yeah.
I download it? Thought I did.
1152, probably not. Oh, and it's a ZPR.
Well, that shows why I didn't actually do it this way. Oh, you. Yeah, see, load Z tool. That's why I didn't see it. File. Open. New. Bug Lady. See, this is why. DPRs will make me look material choices. Okay, so this is what I was just talking about with this along is planes that are overlapping that make no sense. And so it's straps, fabric, and hair are the places that people get it. So your move topological brush should be your best friend. And like these two, like this, you know, this doesn't happen in real life. You don't get surfaces that blend into one another, right? So you can get it to where it's cutting in and it feels like these things are going over and under one another, right? But they have to make sense in doing so. So, you know, I wouldn't even kvetch too much about that. That's pretty close, but I'm being lazy. But you can see how you could tune this into that looking correct. Just make sure that when you're doing multiple planes that are interacting, that they make sense, right? That they are crossing over one another. They are not blending into one another. Here again, right? You know, it's a simple fix. Right, so now those are things that are folding inside of one another as opposed to blending into one another. Just spend the time. Make sure that your planes actually are doing what they want. And I don't know what happened back here. Didn't finish it because it's the back. People look at the backs of things. Your hands are a lot of fun. They have good posturing. They look neat. I mean, they have a lot of character. Good going. Bug lady got punched in the eye. Your anatomy's tight. Looks great. Looks good. And it's expressive. It's nice that you have a little bit of motion. There's kinetics in it. You know, it's not just really stayed. The hands are in different positions. 2 thumbs up. So the only thing I would say is, you know, she looks really good. It's nice. Just go back in and spend time and fix the hair, because the hair is driving me nuts. Makes me crazy. But your anatomy is super tight. I love the kinetics in it. The hands are wonderful. Okay. Your biceps in a slightly weird place. Revisit the top of this arm a little. The biceps riding super high, as if it were flexed, and it's not flexing. So the weight of your biceps is probably going to be a little bit farther down. It's going to turn into sort of that brick feeling instead of the bubble feeling up here. And by putting the weight right here, it's making it look like a weird dent right here, which is So just revisit the weight in this transition, because everything else looks really, really good. And because your bicep also, especially if you're here, you got to remember that it's rolling in. It's not just a lump, right? So your bicep is inserting over here, right? So it's coming up under the armpit and then over to here. So your weight of it is traveling a little differently. I'm going. Other than that, yeah, you can see how it's fat right here, and then you have the dent here. If the bicep's anywhere, it's here. So look at that bicep. And this looks nice. Nope. It has a lot of character. Looks very good. Very, very good. Yep, I think that's your only issue. Just, you know, when you rotated the arms and brought them here, right? See, the biceps cutting down and in, it's not going to just sit right there. It's traveling into the armpit. But like from this side, not like you so. Yeah, and fix there. Don't be lazy. Fix that here. Yeah, no. Looks wonderful. Give me a link. Let's look at it. I'm falling apart over here. Yeah, no. Thank you. Can you send us the link to the concept? Oh, yeah. Oh, no, dude. We all screw up. I mean, the thing about, like, what you have to understand is that, 60% of the work you make is going to be crap. I mean, it's perfectly competent. And, like, any sculpt I do is going to be competent, but in my eyes, 60% of it's garbage. And you just have to learn to just keep making art. I mean, you just have to keep making. That's the key, is just don't stop making. Like, people who are like, oh, I'm having a creative block, I can't work. I don't even understand that. That makes no sense to me. It's like, you're having a creative block? Pick up the pair of scissors and model them. Do something that doesn't require any creativity, just your craft. And then when you start making something successfully that you can feel comfortable with technically, then you're going to work through those technical or blocks. Creative blocks is just being lazy in my book. Just get back to work. Because if you're not working through it, you sure as hell aren't going to work through it. It makes no sense. So just keep making things. Make. Make some more. Did I mention sculpt? That's the key. Sculpt your way through. Right, is that all the models we got?
Nope. There will always be one more.
Funny. Somebody creeps in every time. Is that a ZPR or ZTL?
TL.
I like these body proportions. I have a female figure I use that's similar to. Really nice line on the back of the arm. Nice. Here's a little wonky, but I'm not going to hate on him. Look at an ear. It's not quite what's happening in an ear. But at least your biceps are going into your armpits. Score. Your anatomy's lovely. It's nice. She's gonna have really bad back problems sitting into her hips like that, but shh. The only thing I see that bothers me is the ear. Yeah. Yep. That's the only thing I'd say. Get a picture of an ear and work on your ear. I like the posture. I like the hand gestures. I really like the line at the back of the arm. Nice job there. Give some butt intersection. Good. Calves are a little soft, but no drama. Yep. Obviously, you need to finish your feet and work on her ear. Other than that, very nice. Are you here? Any questions? No, no problem. It's a lovely model. It's very nice. No, very, very nice. Looks very good. I'm glad. I mean, that's the point. We're trying to get people excited about, designing and ZBrush and, just getting out and making, That's sort of that's my goal, is to get you guys inspired and educated. All right. Now, is that everything?
I think you've done it.
All right. Are we going to call it soon?
I would not fight you.
All right. So I think we're going to call it. And I will see you guys how to blend, join subtools together to make the anatomy seamless. Well, yeah, I mean, it really comes down to when you're going to do that. Like, especially if you have a high resolution model, I'd do it later in the model, and then you just sort of remesh, or after you decimate them and you get them lower, you can then remesh by union, and then you can go back. Well, here, show you real quick. We're gonna chop our person up here. What do we have? We're going. Here we go. We have our body. Duplicate. Duplicate. Here. Now, I kind of porked the pooch on this one because I didn't cut them with an overlap, but I'm just going to create an overlap here. So make sure you have an overlap. I did crappy chopping. Sorry. You'll get the idea. So if you've done a lot of sculpting, right? Here, actually. We're going to make you our history state here, and we're your history brush. Turn symmetry off. Okay. I'm going to dynamesh this to get rid of that hole. So we spent all our time, we spent a lot of time putting our detail and stuff in this, right? Actually, I'm going to rake some detail in this just so you understand what's happening. Rake, 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 rake. So we have all this detail that's been sculpted on. Now we take our arm, below the back, work, dynamic. Bring our history brush back. And I'm using my history brush to get this sort of back. Okay. I'm going to use the build up just to give us meat, penetrate. And now, okay. And now I'm going to rake this one. So you have this detail where these two joints are joining, right? And that's because you spent a lot of time sculpting on two different surfaces and you give it in separate parts and you're so excited. You now need to join them. So one of the ways to do this is Let's actually go here. And let me just smooth these out. We're going to put this on our base model. Sorry. It's getting late. Not thinking about what's happening. All right, so we have our base model here, right? And let's divide it. And let's put, no, actually, this. Use this. Okay, that's okay. So you spent your time and you've sculpted on this thing in different parts, but you have this detail in this joint. You'll see where I'm going with this in a minute. So now we've done this. Let's go back to you. We have to change our history state here. We're going to come here, take our history brush. Texture this one in. And here. And texture this one in. All right. So we have these two parts. We spent a lot of time sculpting. They have texture on it. How are we going to join them and not just mangle it? Well, first of all, we're trying to get this to be a completed model, so we're going to decimate this. Let's take it to 1,000,000. And because we're trying to join them all together, you want a lower model. And so we're decimating this down. Well, doing his thing. Now this is 1,000,000. I'm going to take this, decimate this down. It's at 1,000,000, right? And now we have these two models, but we want to get them to be one part now that we've decimated down. I'm going to merge them together. Merge down. Okay. Right? And now we're going to go into W. I'm going to go into my gizmo, remesh by union. Click it. Okay. So now we have a unified mesh, or we should look at it. Boom. Yep. Control W. Yep, it's all one part. So you can see that we have this, but up here, our detail's a little soft and weird through the union, right? It's pretty darn close, actually. But we have a few little areas here that are a little strange. We're just going to take our brush, make it small. I'm going to go to my history brush. I'm going to turn on Sculptress Pro. And now, we'll turn that off. And now when I come in here, we're using Sculptress Pro. And you can see these are two very different geometry levels. I'm going to make it smaller. So when I do this, I'm getting the detail of my history state, right? Here. And you can see that I can bring that texture in, and I'm cleaning that area up with Sculptress Pro and History Brush. So I can clean that seam up and bring it in. and it's going to go back to that original model. And if you need it, like if that's not enough resolution, and it gives you more resolution. See? Right? Instead of that being loose, you can see that it's tightening up that detail. And so now you've come through, you've created your mesh, you've seamed it, and now it's one part. And you can see that they have two different geometry levels, right? This one had more geometry in it than this one. But I just came through and found the rough spots. And I'm just gonna clean these seams up with the History Brush and Sculptress Pro. And you wind up getting very clean, very concise, and a much more controlled model. Now we are adding geometry during all this point, right? Remember this was well, actually not. Because this was 2 million, it's still at 1.93 million. So I didn't add very much at all. Does that make sense? Does that answer your question? Well, dynameshing, the problem with dynameshing is that it homogenizes the entire mesh and it can tend to soften it. But here, with the remesh by union, you can see that it kept the two different resolutions. And it allows you to come back in, and with the History Brush tied to the Sculptress Pro, it allows you to really get super, super, super tight geometry. So now let's go back to this, and let me come in here and let's use Rake just because it's tiny. I can get weird tight little lines. And I'm just going to do some really tiny raking between these. Divide this. So I'm getting right. Small. All right, so we have this tiny little linear detail. Let's come back here and let's relook at this, right? So now, we need to change that. This is now our history state here. And you can see if I have this big, let's turn on our History Brush, turn on Sculptress Pro. If I have this big, you can see it's kind of there, right? But it's not really enough resolution to pick up a lot of that stuff, right? You can see how messy it is. So all I do is make my brush smaller, and it adds more geometry. And I can come back in and pick up that detail as sharp as it is on the other model. So Sculptress Pro is really, really powerful with History Brush. We can come back in here and get this stuff. Smaller. And clean it up even more. So it gives you the capacity, and see we're at 2.7 million. You're like, oh, I really need this to be a million. Well, we're now at 2 million polys, right? And if we come back, I have this at 1 million. When we decimate it, it's now going to rethink about this custom which is my million. It'll hit, and look, it'll retain even a lot of this. So the difference between dynameshing is that I'm only putting geometry where I want it here, right? It allows me to have more geometry in the shoulder, less geometry in the chest. And when you remesh by union, it does not change. It doesn't homogenize the geometry. It's really just a Boolean process, right? It's just Boolean. If this is a 10 million poly model and this is a 10 poly model, it'll blend them together. So you're not wasting your geometry or your divisional geometry, right? So that allows you to have a broad spectrum of different geometries. The second that you dynamesh it, you're homogenizing that, and you're making, let's say you've done it, down to 1 million or whatever, right? Well, now instead of decimating, right? So now look, we still have that detail right there. And I've brought this down to 1 million, right? And so the beauty of this is that you can see less geometry here, more geometry here, geometry only where I need it. And, here again, if I really want to make this tighter, I have my history brush. I just come back in and add the geometry where I need it to pick up those few things. And you can see I'm at 1.37. Turn this back on. And you can see that I can work myself back to these super high resolution, tiny details and still retain super tiny model. So that's the difference in just dynameshing compared to remesh by union, decimate, and go back in and touch up your fine detail with History Brush and Sculptress Pro. I think that's one of the most powerful tools for printing that there is, because you can come back in after you have a decimated model and really tune your resolution up. Okay. Is that going to do it? Any other questions before I call it a night? Yeah, I like doing it much farther in the. I like doing it at the end because it just gives you a lot more control over what you can do with stuff, and then you're not trashing your sculpting geometry down to this, your finishing geometry. Yeah, I tend to like to do a lot of that. All right, kind and gentle folk. I think I'm going to call it an evening, but I will see you next week, and we can continue on with anything and everything you like. I'm sure my system will be back up and running. Normally, I work a little later with you guys, but to be deadly honest, I'm tired. I just spent 3 weeks in LA proper hammering it, and I am ready to pass out. Indeed. Okay. Uh-oh. What button did I push that was wrong?
I hit the feel free to ask questions button, and I meant to hit the like and subscribe button.
Feel free to ask questions next week.
But don't ask any more questions.
Right on. Of course. I'll see you all next week. Thanks for joining. And sorry I was gone so long. I got stuck in LA with no streaming capacity. Okay. Have a great one. I'm killing it.
Bye.
Bye.